lizard, 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 lizard.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I was expecting so many lizards. Thank you for the raid from Massive Effect. Welcome, Raiders. Hi.
Welcome, Raiders.
That felt fucking weird to hear. Hi. I was not expecting a raid within the first 10 minutes of stream. Damn. Okay. Apologies, chat. Apologies. I have I've had a cough because I've been sick. Oh my god, it was so funny to me. I'm just sitting here jamming to music, kind of just dancing along, and then all of a sudden, lizard, lizard, lizard. And I'm like, ah! Oh shit, you were also doing D&D. Sweet. Nice. I hope that went well. Oh god, the Pluto TV screaming at me. Oh. Woo! That was funny. But yes, thank you for the raid, Massive Effect. We're not dead. That's good. Neither are my players yet. We also had a game last night where we almost died. But we have a special episode today. Talk to rats and birds, as one does. It's always your DM's favorite thing to do is to make sure you speak with plants, speak with animals, and there's speak with the dead or whatever it is. Your DMs love creating random ass information out of NPCs that never mattered. Hi, my name is Tellin Nash, or Tell, however you want to refer to me. Just don't refer to me as sir. I use, you know what, fuck it, this will be the first one to do it. Fuck it, why not? I use she, they pronouns. I'm a variety VTuber, though our channel has tended to do a lot more of D&D stuff recently. Nice to meet I can't talk. Nice to meet you too at work. But I do a lot of things. I've dabbled in speedrunning, I've dabbled in just story games. We've more than dabbled in D&D at this point. Yeah, T.
Hi, how are you?
You're reminding me of these. Thank you for this. Thank you for the follow work. You're reminding me of some of the sound alerts that I just like set up and was like, oh, I won't have to worry about these in a minute.
Hi, how are you?
This happened. Thank you for the follow, Massive Effect. Your tags are not updated. Oh, I know. I want to point out I didn't think I was gonna update those pronouns until later. So I hadn't gotten around to it. That just kind of spur of the moment. Anyways, we recently had a year of us playing our game where we were doing Wilds Beyond the Witchlight, and we actually finished that campaign book recently, and but the campaign's not over. We just have to have a hiatus right now while I prepare for the next arc of our campaign, and also while I get through my winter job, which can change my schedule at a moment's notice. So until we get to about February, we're doing some hiatus stuff. Plus, today is actually going to be our season 1.5. Throughout the winter, we're going to be having 5 one-on-one sessions with the players. I'm titling season 1.5 The Witchlight Beyond the Wilds, which it may stick, it may not, I don't know yet. And this session, we are visiting our favorite little rabbit barbarian, Muzit, as he is going to be we're going to be going into what he's been doing between the end of season 1, which was emotional and all kinds of shit. It was ridiculous. And then what we're going into next, which will be Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting. The research I've had to do for Heliana's has been kind of nuts. I've almost completely filled up the the notebook I was using to take notes in just sporadically with just straight up stuff. You know, grab some food, take care of yourself. Massive. In fact, that goes for everybody. You guys have been doing D&D. I'm sure you're going to need some food. You're going to need some liquids. Making sure you're hydrating and taking care of yourselves. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you. Today we'll be starting our session at 2, so in like an hour. And it'll be just a one-on-one session between me and our Muzit player, Usurper Grin. I need to cough and I apologize. Fuck. He is asking somewhere else for our VOD stuff, and I'm like, look, VOD stuff is difficult. I'm trying to get that fixed. I need to get our other D&D session, or our other D&D whatever. It's my own uselessness. That's not a good way to put it. It's my own ADD? Something. Where I need to work on the VOD channel. And I said I was going to, and I just haven't been able to. I've been distracted throughout this entire winter so far with starting work, with trying to get used to the new schedule, with VR, with music stuff, with planning around other things. Yeah. There's actually a few updates that are going to be happening to the little channel stuff down there that should have happened whenever I got them, whenever I did the model update and the stream theme update, I guess. I don't know. You know, a lot of things just need to happen. Also, all the different notes that have to happen for Heliana's. I'll go back through my the YouTube and try and get the VODs actually just uploading. I might just be like, hey, we're just resetting the fucking VOD channel. Good luck, people. I'm gonna be slowly throwing them up here as much as I can. Because I have to listen to them all and do small edits and stuff. Yeah. Checking Discord? No, I constantly do. It's cause okay, whenever we're just here in just chatting stuff, I don't have anything to really check on, so it just sits open on my desktop. And if I happen to see the server light up, I go, ooh, what's this? And then I get distracted because ADD. But yeah. Coffee's good. I've been taking a lot of notes on Heliana's. For the players who need to know information, I am at the last part of information I need to get to you guys, which is not too terribly much anymore. The chapter I am currently on is a shitload of tables, which I am not noting down in my notebook. Well, as you say this.
We'll blame it on your ADD, baby. Sail.
I thought he was going to scream it for a minute. It was going to be really funny. You know, I'm literally looking at when I opened up Heliana's, I literally opened it up to the tools and their products table for crafting, which that's the last thing I need. I need for you guys to know is your crafting stuff. I'll probably, for everybody's sake, if they want it, I will probably detail the new races / species. There's manufacturing DCs and their times. You guys get to know that. That's fine. And then, oh my God, there's just table. There we are. We're in enchanting. So I don't have to take many more notes for the manufacturing part of crafting. Next is just enchanting. And that's not too terribly much. And then there's forging, which is basically literally just putting the both of them together. That's some formulas. This is hiring craftspeople. I'm not going to worry too much about you guys having to hire craftspeople. At least not at the start. A, because it's very expensive. And B, because I don't think you guys need it just yet. Oh no, maybe I'll note it down. See. Then there's quirks. Hi, Steven Rodriguez. I don't know how much you guys can hear the music. There's quirks, there's boons and flaws. Ren's like, I'm gonna go completely into Fairy Curse because she thinks it's cool, and I'm like, I made it a lot cooler whenever you guys were music is barely there. Okay. I made it seem really cool in the finale, but there were a lot more things to everybody's I made everybody's stuff seem really cool. I didn't have time to be like, hey, we have these problems that happen. Why are there fucking what? There are new tools in Heliana's, which are surgeon's tools. What? Set of instruments includes blades, saws, and sutures needed to remove shrapnel or stitch up wounds. Proficiency with these tools lets you add your proficiency bonus to any checks you make to stabilize a creature or perform any other surgery. Who thought surgery mechanics in your D&D game were going to be a thing? Oh, there's so many more things. I forgot. Need more tea? You need more of yourself? Okay, this is just a shitload of tables right here. Like a shit load of tables. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. It keeps going. Also, it's funny that T is saying that convincing Leanne to have Sage give Ren the curse. I'm like, Ren can just choose to trigger the curse every turn. Okay, and then there's cooking. I hate that it tells you all these things in the crafting chapter because that's why I'm terrified of giving the crafting law or the crafting catalog to my players, is because you can just easily stumble across things that are spoilers for later. Oh, neat. Okay, I see. The fact that there are so many different things to what items you use to create the food is ridiculous. Hi, Revan. How are you doing today? God, then there are cooking flaws and boons. What the heck? And finally into races. Okay. Yeah, let me take a look through the crafting catalog because I'm like, well, how do I fucking not get you guys spoiled on certain things? Other than to just ask you guys to not look at it, but I can't. I'm not gonna fool myself into thinking that some of you won't look and go, what the fuck is that? Fuck. Because yeah, it gives you the cooking part, and it will literally tell you, hey, here's the cooking part, and I'm like, okay, cool. Boss monster recipes. I'm like, cool. It just spoils every single one of the fucking boss monsters. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Revan. Posture's okay. No, it's not. Well, it's the only hydrate that I really have is coffee, but it's fine. I have water next to me. It'll be okay. I'm gonna finish my coffee first, though. Also need to take my meds, which will last me until tomorrow. So, okay, we got to go to the pharmacist tomorrow and hope that they actually do have my refill in. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a little miffed at myself for not having dealt with this beforehand. But I got sick, so, you know. I was supposed to handle it last week, but, yeah. So I unfortunately will not be sharing the crafting catalog. Although I guess I could just not share the cooking part, right? Maybe? Nope, it fucking gives you the meta tags. You fucking why? It just means I have to detail things to you guys. Okay, well, can't do that, so we're just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to detail things to you guys every so often. It's been a minute since I've DM'd as well, so and considering today's session is not out of a book at all, it's all to me. I'm gonna have to figure things out. I gotta pull up the I don't know where the fucking gunslinger thing is. There it is. Excuse me. That came out of nowhere. Good lord. Woo! I argue that with the way that our with the way that Muzit's doing things, that he possibly wants to go level 3, no, I would say level 4.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
I would argue that you want to take 4 levels in a class, and then your other class you can take 16 because you get your ability scoring improvement feats. I argue that you should always get at least level 3 in a class so you can get a subclass, which gives you good things. And at that point, you're already 3 levels in. Why not get a 4th level and get a feat? Because you don't get the feat for being a level 17 gunslinger, we'll say, and a level 3. You're missing out on a feat. I'll throw T under the bus a little bit. Of Ren is missing out on a subclass and a feat unless she goes to level 4 Bard. Which is why I also gave her the ability that if she wants to get rid of Bard so she could be a sorcerer and would get her like level 20 end cap stuff, that she could. But she's like, well, it gives me all my skills. And I'm like, you have a rogue in the party. You don't need the skills. But what ifs? Players can build how they want. I just know what I'm going to be doing with my cleric that I run in our other game. What the fuck is risk? Okay, I mean, because I've been looking over Gunslinger so much, and Gunslinger's kind of great, kind of nuts. They get a fighting style. that actually gets to like put their stuff like, you know, certain weapon fighting or whatever. Such as if like he takes great weapon fighting, then he can use that feat with a two-handed ranged weapon. And he can change fighting styles whenever he gains a level. Quick draw, he has advantage on initiative and can stow or draw 2 weapons that lack the two-handed property when you would normally be able to draw or stow only one. He gains weapon mastery, which I already saw that he did take some. So he has stuff that pertains to his rifle and stuff. Level 2, he's got critical shot, which means he can score a crit with a roll of 19 or 20 with ranged weapons, and that increases to 18 to 20 at level 9, Gunslinger level 9, and Gunslinger level 17, it is a crit on a roll of 17 to 20, which I'm like, that's ridiculous, but it's because Gunslingers get so many benefits with crit rolls or critical hits. So yeah. Risk, which is their big thing because they get risk dice. You can perform incredible feats during feats of daring fueled by special dice called risk dice. You have 4 risk dice, which are d8s. A risk die is spent when you use it, expended. You regain all expended risk dice when you finish a short or long rest. Your risk die changes, and more risk dice become available as shown on the risk dice column of the Gunslinger feats table. You can expend risk dice to perform maneuvers. Your maneuver options are detailed later in the class description. You fucking... Saving throw. If a maneuver requires a saving throw, the DC equals 8 plus dex plus proficiency. Maneuvers include Bite the Bullet. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 risk die to gain temporary hit points equal to the number rolled on the die plus your gunslinger level. Blind Fire. You can take a bonus action and expend 1 risk die to gain blind sight with a range of 30 feet until the end of the current turn. Dodge Roll. You can expend 1 risk die as a bonus action to move up to 15 feet and reload any ranged weapon you are holding. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks and is unaffected by difficult terrain. Okay. Grazing Shot. When you miss with a ranged attack roll using a weapon, you can expend 1 risk die, no action required, to deal damage to that creature equal to a roll of the die plus your dexterity modifier. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon, and the damage can be increased only by using the ability modifier. You can only use this maneuver once per turn. Maverick Spirit. When you fail an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma ability check or saving throw, you can expend 1 risk die to add it to the roll, potentially turning it into a success. You can only use this maneuver once per turn. Skin of Your Teeth. When a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can take a reaction and expend 1 risk die to dodge out of harm's way. Roll the die and add the number rolled to your AC against this attack, potentially causing it to miss. He also gets, I think, yep, he gets at least a maneuver for his subclass, which he took Deadeye. Level 3, Eagle Eye Maneuver. Once per turn, when you miss with a ranged attack roll, you can expend 1 risk die and add it to the attack roll, potentially causing the attack to hit. Okay. And that is all. I'm so glad he didn't take High Roller, because I think I should have probably told him don't choose High Roller. Because one of your maneuvers is to be able to play Liar's Dice, and I'm like, we both have to be very honest with each other for this. Hi, Grim. So I'm a little happy that we did do that. He didn't pull a high roller because I was not looking forward to trying to deal with liar's dice over the internet like that. Secret Agent is kind of cool. But at that point, you're just kind of being a bard rogue gunslinger. Spellslinger is just a gunslinger who happens to also cast spells. Trick shot's kind of fun. I thought White Hat was actually kind of cool. Spellslinger is like a siren. Yeah, I was reading that. I just use the wizard spell list. Infuse bullets with the elemental damage. Yeah. But you can't really do that until... Can't do that until level 14 though. I think. Maybe it's... I don't know. There's a lot I looked over and a lot I didn't, unfortunately. So, you know. We'll talk about some stuff. We'll do some role playing and stuff. And we'll talk about kind of what has been going on, or what's going to be going on in the break. And then because Grim is a gunslinger, he gets to keep unarmored defense as long as he doesn't put on armor. Because I was looking and I'm like, why the fuck does this motherfucker still have 18 AC? Oh. Oh. I need to double check that, but oh. I was like, where the fuck is the player's handbook? I just need to make sure. Yeah, unarmored defense comes from a level 1 barbarian. That's ridiculous. At least he's not fast movement anymore, but he also can attack from... Oh, what the fuck? I'm sorry, what? You should wait, Grim. Hey, here's a fun thing. What the fuck is your range on your revolver? I don't really gain anything but switching out my 2 bard levels. Oh, by switching out your 2 bard levels? Grim, I don't know if I actually fully said this. You don't have one in your inventory. There we go. Okay, industrial. I don't know if I fully said this. We are going to be going with this game having industrial age firearms. Also, revolvers have a range of 30 feet with a max range of 120. But we'll be going with industrial age firearms because I thought that I thought Renaissance was a little too like it'd be interesting to be like, okay, you start with Renaissance age firearms and then we eventually get you up to industrial age, but then I'd be pressured to get you up to modern age, and fuck, we are not doing modern firearms. Like, I looked at modern firearms and immediately was like, oh, it gives you you can get a fucking assault rifle. No, we're not doing this. You can get submachine guns. No, we're not getting submachine guns. Get sniper rifles. No. No, you can have your double barrel shotgun, your hunting rifle, your parlor gun, your revolvers. You can have your cannon. I don't know how that's going to work for you, but sure. You can have your Gatling gun. You can have your Magnum. See, I want to point out that comment in chat right there. That's why we're not doing modern firearms. I don't want the fairies having guns. But no, we're going to be going with industrial age firearms. Music can march around with a hand cannon. He can. That'd be the Magnum. I think, wait, what is your... Gunslinger has the proficiencies of simple and martial. Okay. What's wrong with Ren wielding Uzis? I want everybody to picture that for a minute. Everybody picture the little tiny fairy with dual Uzis. How will the iron in the guns work with the face stuff? That's a great question. I actually kind of do have an idea, which luckily works into Heliana's pretty well. Luckily there is such a thing in Heliana's called Magitech firearms. These are just magic guns to just work as magic guns. They aren't like, never mind. They aren't actually like shooting magic or anything. They're just like, they're literally still shooting like ferrous iron and shit. So there's that. Wait, I don't know. We have some things to talk about. We'll figure out some shit. The reason I don't do as much prep, I will not be doing as much prep for the, oh, I do need to do one thing. Shit, I forgot to look something up. But no. The reason that I don't do as much prep for these, and I'm not going to, is because this is as much me telling a story as it is you telling a story. T, you don't have to do anything with your 2 levels of Bard if you don't want to. I know that for my my OCD brain, that I would really hate to have 2 levels of a class because I know immediately that I'm missing out on a subclass. And then I know that if I went 1 level more, I would be missing out on a feat. That's all. It's my own personal thing. As I am scrolling through the book that I need to like close charisma by getting rid of it. I'm curious how you lose charisma by getting rid of it. When you could take when you could grab a feat, you're gonna lose some spells. Back. Imagine if Red had went Oath of the Harvest Paladin. It would be what a Elara just kind of wants to be, is the way that he has been talking about it. I'm a little sad that no one can play Beast Tamer or can play Tamer. It's not even Beast Tamer, it's just Tamer. But it's a lot to write in, and you can't just homebrew classes super easily in D&D Beyond. For our purposes, there'd be a lot we'd have to constantly be checking on and stuff, and yeah, it's maybe a class I would consider for another game after doing a tremendous amount of research into that class. There's some new feats for everybody as well from Helianas, which I haven't been able to really do much with. Like, no, Tamer's extremely adorable. It's really extremely interesting, I think. I don't know. I've not been able to look through it much because I've been so focused on everything else. But all the little guys you can get are great. Like, I absolutely love the oh, what is it? There's one in here that I thought was fucking adorable. Hyphens are funny. They're little mushrooms. No, this dragonling as like a pet you could have. I fucking love it. It's adorable. Yeah, you get to actually like create your you got to actually create your creature, I believe. I don't know how you do all the like traits and everything. You can get fake cats by your side, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that the cats are actually one of the styles of monster you can have. Oh yeah, there's literally a cat. It's called a Rakitten. They're based off of Rakshasas. So Magnum has 30 foot, where Revolver has 40. Yep. Within 30 feet, you get a regular attack. After 30 feet, you attack at disadvantage. Oh god, what'd you do, T? You good? And then he waddled away. Oh,
Then he
God.
waddled away, waddle, bala 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 blah blah.
Ren is gone. Your second number is your max range. You literally cannot attack outside of that range. Well, a new slot has just opened up for our Witchlight campaign because T just fucking deleted herself. Oops. I don't even have a copy of it, T. It's gone. You're gonna have to do that. But Deadeye has a thing. Let's see. No? You have a firewall prone. No, unfortunately it doesn't. I got you. Hunting rifles. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sighted. Attacking long range with this weapon doesn't impose disadvantage on your attack rolls. When you hit a creature with an attack using this weapon at long range, you can reroll any of the damage dice and use the new roll. It's very strange because I'm pretty sure that Grim is giving up the ability to add his ability modifiers to his weapons. Because firearms don't add your ability modifier to the weapon's damage unless otherwise stated. It could still. I didn't look all the way into it. Nope, that's not where I go. Where do I go? Oh, there it is. I gotta send T a message. I was just sending you the link. But you have to remember to use this one responsibly. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay, so hi Yoda. Oh, there we go. Level 11 Gunslinger gets overkill and lets you add your ability modifier to damage. I don't know if that's always. 'Cause I'm pretty sure all firearms have the firearm rule of you don't add your ability modifier to the weapon's damage unless otherwise stated. So he's got to wait a bit before he can add his ability modifier to it. Which, I mean, because it's a ranged attack. Let me take a look at Muzit. Oh, wait. Okay, if he adds a revolver, it adds +6. What the? Oh, because you have such a high dexterity. Now you do. So he reduces strength. Yeah, I see that. It's adding your dexterity, which is weird. Why is it adding that then? What? I'm confused. You chose archery. That's not gonna do it. Why is it adding your ability modifier? That's so weird. I have no idea why. Yeah, that's just attack rolls though for archery. But I'm like, why did D&D Beyond automatically? Oh, well, I mean, to be fair, D&D Beyond could just not know. It just sees that as a ranged weapon. It doesn't see it as, oh, it's a firearms weapon, which means it shouldn't add. Because I'm not seeing anywhere that says you should be able to add your... I'm not seeing anywhere in Gunslinger that supersedes the firearms rule until you hit like level 11. Hey, Yoda What is currently on his 10 stream what streak. Woo! That's the only thing I can think of. Because like the only thing I see from Gunslinger is that level 11 section or level 11 feature overkill. Nothing else talked about taking that off. It's why you have such, that's why you would have better crits, is because you're not doing your ability modifier damage, is what I would say. Refresh. Yeah. So I'm cool with it adding to your to hit. It's just, also, just want to point out, like, well, to be fair, it's also kind of the same with arrows, but I would think, you would think that ranged weapons is just, you are really good at, you would just think that that ranged weapons is you're really good at hitting, but you're always going to do the same damage since you're safe, instead of adding your dexterity modifier to a bow. Because otherwise it's the same exact argument for why firearms should do your ability modifier damage. Because if someone's like, well, you're aiming really well, you're using your dexterity to aim, I'm like, yeah, you use your dexterity to aim a fucking gun too. Just customize it. Yeah, okay. So to me, like, it is a weird thing where I look at it going, yeah, you should always have either that bows do not do extra damage according to your ability modifier. Yeah, I see ads. You should not have range, like bows doing extra damage to your, according to your ability modifier, because like it's an arrow. It's an arrow is an arrow. I don't know what to tell you. We're level 9, right? Yes, you are. But then, like, I don't know. No, we're level 9. Don't listen to Graham. Don't listen to Graham. He's wrong. You guys are level 9. Technically, you should all be level 8 until we do your one-on-ones, and then you gain a level during this one-on-one. But I figured I'd tell you guys you're going to be level 9 when we come back anyways. So it's just depending on, do you want to level up now, or would you like to go through your one-on-one and level up then to show that you've kind of gone through the one-on-one? It's up to you guys. At the time, I told you guys to level up, but now I'm kind of like, hey, who wants to reduce their level to level 8 until they go through their one-on-one session? I guess I could just hop in here and I could hop in here and so go ahead and say hi to Graham and stuff. Boo.
Ah.
Got him. No one can hear it anyways. I don't know how to fuck I'm doing that. Okay, I don't need Discord Reactive to be quite as big because it's only gonna be one of you.
Why would I
says
choose a Magnum over a revolver then?
More damage?
No.
Really?
They both
Bars.
do 2d8.
They both do slow. They're the same.
And the Magnum has a shorter range.
Oh, it does do more damage. What are you talking about? Why would you choose
what are
it
you
over a
talking about?
revolver?
Yeah.
Revolver on my... Okay, I'm looking at the gunslinger class in the book. Is 2d6 and Magnum is 2d8.
How come it says 2d8 when I added it to my...
If I had to guess, it's because in the player's handbook, question mark. Before I fully tell you, let me actually see this. Fucking hell. Sure. What? In the player's handbook,
Wait, there's
you can
two
add a
different
pistol,
ones.
which is a 1d10. Fucking what? Although that's old. I wouldn't use that one.
So they have a revolver and then revolver TGC.
I would use the TGC, which is the gunslinger class.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Hold on, let me...
T, you can redo your spells anytime you guys gain a level. Actually, for sorcerer, I guess that's not how that works, is it? Sorcerers choose their spells and they're locked in. Maybe? I'm looking it up right now. You can replace your cantrips, but you can't replace your leveled spells. Wait, no, you can totally can. Wait, no, what? Oh. I can when I level, I thought. Just one at a time, yeah, because I'm seeing changing your prepared spells. Whenever you gain a sorcerer level, you can replace one spell on your list with another sorcerer spell for which you have spell slots. Which feels weird considering what sorcerer is supposed to be. I don't know. I'm always confused about this fucking game. Okay. I need this. Add this to my queue. Okay. So are you ready, Grim?
I mean, I took the gun out of my inventory until you tell me otherwise, but yeah, other than that, I'm ready.
Okay. Technically, both of you were right in chat with what level are you. I did say
So
at the when you and T were asking what level, or when T asked what level you guys were, and you said 8, and she said 9. I'm like, well, technically you're both right, because I said that you guys would probably would hit level 9 by the time we came
that's
back.
right. You said don't level up now, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to tell everybody, hey, if you're level 9, go ahead and revert yourself back to level 8 until you do your one-on-one. How we doing today? We're doing okay, Yoda. Doing our one-on-one session. Claps for Yoda last night for participating in Cartographer's Lost Logs as our fucking betrayal boss fight.
Props.
That was fun. I got to push Cleric harder than I ever thought. I'm like, I've never played Cleric. Let me spend fucking everything to keep people alive and to try and do damage. So yeah. All right, Graham, if you are ready, I will start our session. Weird way to put it. All right, so people will have heard this before, but it's a good way for me to bring it back. We open on a grassy knoll, bathed in an orange sunset. We see satyrs singing, sylphs fluttering by as they tend to the flowers, and nymphs being chased by young nobles as they long for an embrace. A certain kind of embrace. A fair-skinned woman with white hair tends to a court of treants and pixies as she settles their squabbles. A younger-looking version of herself, this one with streaks of white through her auburn hair, looks on as her warrior nears a beast, its antlered crown looming over the charred remains of battle. The beast looks up, flames adorning its eyes, and says, "Hello again, knight. Tell me, why do you even try to fight?" Her warrior stood silently, rolling his shoulders and drawing his great axe. "It all turns out the same. You really believe today will be the change?" The warrior willed his tired axe to flame and wreathed himself the same as fairy magic coursed through him. "Very well, knight. I will show you that today is still not your day." Her warrior slowly approached as his own crown of antlers slowly grew, watching the beast explode off of its perch as it screamed towards him like a missile. His retort was only one sentence. "Come, make me into something new. Take all you want from me." And the summer court witnessed a great fireball of a battle happen in the fields where they were safe from because of the fairy queen's magic. As Muzit yet again fought what could only be described as a summer beast, and had other names to other people, such as the jackalope. As this beast trained the summer night to harness his own power. But as the battle kept going, unfortunately, Muzit did slowly start to falter in his assault on this creature until eventually all that the summer lady saw was yet again the jackalope holding Muzit up as the jackalope's arm was through his torso. And it tossed him to the ground, threw a bit of flame at him, and his wound closed as he gasped awake again, knowing that he still was able to quite get the upper hand on the jackalope. As he lay there, kind of gasping for air and such, Aurora, his summer lady, walked up to him and watched his wound close and just said to him, "Up, I guess there's always tomorrow again. Do you ever tire of this?"
No.
No.
Well, you couldn't just say, "Hey, can you come here and make me?"
T, this isn't your session.
Anyways,
T, this isn't your session.
T-Mad.
Oh no.
Well, I was gonna ask her to make me another cup of coffee, so in Discord I said, "Can you come here, please?"
Oh.
And I was gonna say, "Can you please?" But she got mad because I didn't just ask her in Discord. I'm like,
Oh. It's like, but I wanted to be in person about it.
yeah, that's exactly it. Anyways,
Yeah, you're good. It has been 6 months, and you still haven't been able to scratch the jackalope.
I'll get him eventually. I have. I know I can do it.
Your mastery over the summer mantle is improving. I don't know if I see the same. I don't know if you're giving the mantle as much as it wants you to, however.
The rage does not burn inside me as much as it once did.
Well, that's a problem, because that is what it wishes. The whole reason that I helped give you that gift was because of how much rage you could do. I thought it helped you. But now you've taken care of the Hourglass Coven, and there's nothing. How can we fuel you?
I have what I lost back.
The girl.
Yes. And to be better for her, I need to be. And that's tempering my rage so she doesn't have to see that side of me.
Well, it's unconventional. Most summer knights have always just given into that bestial nature. They've more or less become the jackalope itself, but it tends to burn brighter than most mortals can handle. And
what if I found another way to channel it?
how would you channel fire? How would you channel the fire of your own soul without the same lust for battle like that?
I met someone.
Shit.
Yeah. Whoa. Go ahead.
No, you said that and I'm like, oh yeah, you did. And I went, wait, I didn't get his goddamn name. Fuck.
I don't think I ever came up with the name.
No, you didn't. I did. I just need to go fucking find it. That's what I was scrolling for earlier. Fuck. You found someone.
Yes. Someone with a unconventional and new style of combat. Someone that might be able to help me channel it through the weapons in which this combat uses, which use fiery matter. No, man.
What the, what? Leanne, what?
Muzit's not gay. Muzit's just kind of Muzit. I don't know.
Music
never even
doesn't think
thought about
about
that.
music doesn't think about sexuality.
Yeah, Muzit's ace. He's and fluid. Thank you. He can, he could help me channel which once was a fiery rage into a fiery explosion in smaller bursts.
Fiery explosion. Very well. Would you like me to call him to your quarters then?
Yes, please.
I can do that. But what are you going to give up in return? Why should I call him?
Damn, you put me on the spot.
I kid, Knight. If it helps with your training, we will do what we can.
Like, I wanted to just be like, oh, I'll give up these quote. If you had to put a name to it, a level in this thing called Rogue.
I'll give up my sneaky sneaks.
I mean, I still have a +4 to stealth with advantage. Oh,
Wait, what?
I still have a +4 to stealth with advantage.
You
so
should
my
have
sneaky-
a +4 to stealth.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I give up
Because
my
you have your
sneaky sneak.
you have your +4 to dex.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and
So
you
I
have the
wouldn't
advantage through your
technically be-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, So you said give up your sneaky sneaks, and I was like, I'm
Oh,
still
yeah, yeah.
pretty sneaky.
No.
Just
It's
not
more it's
+8
more of the
sneaky.
stabby stabs. Although
Yes.
it could still do it. Okay. You eventually give the name of this being to
What's the name, Talon?
I will tell you soon. I'm
They're
looking
like,
straight at it. I'm just
okay.
but you give the name to someone that you have how to put it. Someone that you have heard of a lot through your research into this new topic. As you have known them to be, or as you have kind of gotten news of this, how to put it. You've gotten a little bit of news of this, what everybody's been calling a wizard, technically, but in his own words, he instead wants to refer to himself as a biomancer. And in his biomancy, you have also heard stories of his special skills that he's able to wield. Normally, wizards tend to use, rods or spells straight out of their hand or something. And instead, he has what people have been calling these like fire sticks, boom sticks, these weird little contraptions that he holds that can store the magic of explosion to other people. And eventually, word got around and he was able to make a name for him, a little bit of a name for himself. Not as much as his brother, or his half-brother, sorry, but enough that he wishes to try and get some of his training, his teachings out there more of. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I was reading ahead for a second.
Damn it.
And eventually I wish I knew what the fuck he looked like is the only problem I have with this. I sort of do, but I sort of don't. That doesn't help. You are, it takes a little bit of time. They tell you that they have reached out to your possible new teacher. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. And eventually you have a knock at the door of the home that they have given you within the Summer Realm. You go and answer the door and open it to see a very wild looking facial hair of just brown on a fairly pale human. Like, he looks almost like he would be more at home being called a druid than a wizard, but still there are little bits and pieces of his attire that clue you in that no, he's still very much a wizard, or at least what people might equate to a wizard. It is instead of his robe being very closed and used for warmth or something, it looks more almost like a coat draping back behind him. And he introduces himself to you. Says, I've been told a lot about you, Muzit. Welcome. I am Star, John Joe Star.
John Joe Star? So they were like a biomancer?
Why?
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I was typing to you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I typed out John Joe.
Yes, I am John Joe Star. I have a magical school of biomancy. However, there are also special little things that the fairies have told me you are interested in more than the school of biomancy. You don't appear to be too much of a wizard.
No.
No, okay, it's not a JoJo reference. Maybe. Actually, it might be.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I've heard good things.
It's great. It's a lot to watch now, but it's great. Anyways.
Gamekeep.
Yes. Yeah. I don't believe you're too interested in the school of biomancy. You don't look like someone who would normally be interested in the school of biomancy, though.
No.
What did the fairies call me here for?
Guns. I just say.
You know
channeling.
The name. You're the first being I've run into who has not just immediately... Shut up, Kate! You're not the first person I've run into to immediately call it a fire stick, a boomstick. These special implements. And he pulls a revolver out of his pocket and places it on the table. Guns.
I pick it up.
Guns, yes.
I pick it up and immediately put my finger on the trigger because I know nothing about
whoa.
Gun safety yet.
Whoa. May I ask you to put it down, Muzit, very carefully?
Okay, I put it down very carefully.
Okay. These are very destructive weapons. You know how... Okay. Have you ever picked up a crossbow?
Yeah, yeah. Just once or twice in my life.
Okay. You know how sometimes they can have very sensitive triggers.
Whoa, hold up, real quick. Hold on.
Oh God.
So when I had the other revolver in my inventory, it was a +6,
Yeah.
right? And you said I should use the gunslinger class revolver, the TGC one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one gives me a +9.
Fucking why? Where'd a fucking 9 come from? Proficiency. Oh, I see how.
Huh.
It makes sense. Okay,
Oh,
so
is it my ability
your
plus
fighting style gives you +2, your proficiency gives you another +3, and then your dexterity gives you another +4.
I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah. You don't add your ability modifier to damage yet, but yeah.
I'm taking that off. I switched out which revolver was in my inventory. And I'm doing the customization right now.
Okay.
So if you refresh, it's gone.
Okay.
Anyways, I set the trigger down set the gun down very carefully, and I say to him, to his response to the sensitive triggers, like, no.
Well, if you happen to pull the trigger on a crossbow against a wall, you will embed a bolt into the wall.
Would you say it has a hair trigger?
You would. That's very funny. You are a rabbit. That's why it's very funny. Haha, I like you. Well, I don't expect that the fairies want us to put anything in the walls, so let me show you outside more of what we're looking at.
Trigger discipline. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Earlier.
He picks the gun back up and stores it in his pocket and walks out the door. I'm assuming you follow?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Now, to show you a bit more of why we be careful with these implements. I assume that because you have the interest in this, that you are more inclined to be something that I've not run into much around here, and I don't believe I know enough about to teach you very far, but as long as you understand certain things with these implements, I'm sure that you can nearly teach yourself. Now, and he pulls out a hand crossbow, actually. Now, for that tree, if you use something like hand crossbow or just a crossbow, you know, here's your normal results. And he shoots at the tree, bolt lodges into the tree, and just kind of sticks there. Cool. We have used our ammunition. We have seen that we follow the same concept for these firearms, these guns. However, and he pulls out the gun, there's a bit more drama when using these. And he pulls the trigger and you go deaf for half a second as it roars and you see fire jump from the end of this iron, this implement of wood and iron as the tree just gets embedded with a round that opens up a hole about a little smaller than your fist.
My eyes just go wide.
And he
with a little bit of fear in him, a little bit of fear in the eyes, but also a little bit of excitement.
and then you'll notice that it's a little harder. You'll notice it's a bit louder than the. You'll know, I mean, like you guys have a screaming thing for a little bit of where he's trying to tell you that you'll notice it's a bit louder and more dramatic than the crossbow was. After, you know, about 2 minutes or so, your hearing goes to this like slight whine you can hear until it kind of fades away and you can sort of hear normally again. You get used to the noise.
Can I try?
Yes, I believe so. Because of the way this one is, you actually notice he actually has to like disassemble the not disassemble, but he has to like pop the the barrel forward and actually no, they don't pop the barrel forward. I forgot how old pistols work. That he pulls the gun up into the air straight and pours what looks to you like a water skin, but doesn't sound like it's water, and then takes a little pellet from a pouch and stuffs it in there because he's loading a musket style pistol.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I called it a revolver earlier like a dumbass.
oh,
Yes, you can give it a try. And he, you know, after he's stuffed the bullet in and everything, he hands it to you, tells you to cock back this big ass plunger basically on the end of it, to pull that back and pull the trigger whenever he has aimed it at his target.
I'm assuming he's gonna go over the basics of like trigger discipline and gun safety before he hands me this loaded weapon.
That also, yes. It's like
Okay.
you do not it's like you do not pull the trigger until you are aiming at your target. In fact, you keep your finger off the trigger so that we don't have any accidental fist-sized holes in people.
Only pointed at something you intend to kill. Yada
Yes.
yada.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I level the gun at the tree, squint one eye down the iron sights, and squeeze the trigger.
As you go to squeeze the trigger, you feel this electrical surge almost go from your brain. You feel it go down your neck to your arm, through your arm, into your finger. And as you pull it, the blast that you send out is actually larger than the blast he sent out. And you actually put a like head-sized hole into this tree. And he covers his ears and just looks at you like, that's not how that should happen. I poured the same amount of powder in. What? Oh, the fairy realm is fascinating.
I can't explain it myself. That was the first time anything like that's ever happened. But I felt almost like a jolt of electricity run through my body and out the gun.
Really? And you actually notice, or you hear small, quiet footsteps coming from behind you. Ah, the mantle has chosen for that to be its channel. Muzit, I give you my leave to pursue these guns, as it seems that the mantle deems that this is a fine addition to your arsenal.
AKA telling the DM was like, I can make this work.
Yep. Well, then,
Excuse me.
John Joe is standing there just, I pleased to meet you, lady. I don't think I know you. You may call me Aurora, Mr. Star. I take it that Muzit needs some training from someone a little more versed in this, however. Yes, yes. It is nice to meet you, Aurora. It is nice to meet you, Muzit. We can work with this. And you spend some of your days talking with Jonjo about the magical experiments he's kind of been. He talks a lot about some of his magical experiments when you're sitting there going like, I just want to figure out how to work and make guns so that I'm not stealing a gun from you. You also kind of, as of right now, the only gun he's been able to really have you work with is that musket style where it requires you to reload every single shot. But that he has seen prototypes from other gunslingers of guns that do not need to be reloaded every single shot. And with this knowledge, he does eventually leave to see if he can go find these prototypes for you. And that leads you to being able to he does leave you with the gun. He has taught you how to reload it with the correct amount of powder and everything and the procedure you need. And you're able to take this firearm into the battle with the jackalope. And as you are battling it, as you normally do, in one of your exchanges with the jackalope, where normally he pushes you back and the both of you throw a fireball at each other to keep up the offense and everything, you instead pull the firearm, dodge his fireball, and shoot at him, causing what is to you more or less one of your firebolts you have with summer magic, but is enhanced because of the use of the gun, which does catch him by surprise. However, he's still able to rebound around and catch you in the combat. But
So I still lose, but I at least scratched him this time.
yes, you do notice he's getting a little bit more tired. He's getting a lot more tired from your altercations. And you feel a little bit more invigorated to keep trying to take him, rather than just feeling like you're stagnating, learning the same exact moves or the same exact maneuvers over and over again. So as you're fighting him, you start to kind of figure out some other maneuvers you can use in order to redirect his strikes. As I can't remember, there we go. You are able to kind of grit your teeth in some of the fights, so that you can keep in the fight a bit longer, so that you don't fall victim to his traps that he has set for you before. You have once or twice in your fights actually just pulled the gun and shot behind you, taking him by surprise. You've used this gritting of your teeth to dodge out of the way of strikes that would catch you before. You have grazed him with some of these shots, causing him to have to back up, and such of things of that nature. All these different maneuvers you've kind of slowly figured out as you continue to think with this new possibility in mind. Eventually, John Joestar does return from his home, and he actually does bring you plans of the prototype that someone has for a different type of firearm that doesn't need to be reloaded every single shot. It has
yes.
But
I
he,
feel like oh, sorry. Go
no, you're
ahead.
good.
No, I was just gonna do some role play, but
No, you're good. I do feel
I,
that this is a little complicated for for what we have here, though.
I just look it over and say this will definitely allow me to be with where I have the jackalope right now. Having a weapon that I wouldn't have to reload every time
I don't
would
know
give me
how
a huge
you're.
advantage.
I'm not sure how exactly you're reloading just the one gun in combat, but
Well, I'm not. That's the thing. I'm taking a shot. If I
ah.
was able to take multiple shots, I think I would have him. And I'm assuming this is what this design would allow me to do.
In theory, yes. As you can see with this design, there are multiple. He's also actually brought multiple designs. Well, let's see. With this design, we have a barrel that the firearm revolves around itself in order to give it at least a few shots. I believe. I can't quite tell with this. We'd have to actually prototype the barrel that's it's revolving and see how many shots it got. Let's see. We have this one, which happens to fire not actually a single bullet, but but my colleague told me it used shells that had many bullets in it to just fire all at once in a great cacophony of destruction. But with that, I fear that it will not have the same long range stopping power as even the pistol you have. And then this one uses I believe they called it a cartridge and some kind of cycling mechanism. There are a few
What's this
here.
supposed to be?
Either a hunting rifle or a parlor gun.
Oh, okay. I look at the hunting rifle and the revolver, the two that strike me.
Oh,
I point to those two and say these are the ones that
those are the ones that
they
got your
keep me
attention.
Yes.
All right, all right. We should be able to manufacture these somehow if we have some kind of facility. Aurora kind of appears. I'm sure that the blacksmiths will allow you the use of their facilities in the off times. That would be wonderful. We may not get some sleep here, Muzit. You can see this kind of crazed look in his eyes as he kind of says this to you.
I just get like a little crooked smile and be like, I like you, John Joe.
I like you too, Muzit. You've been it's been so interesting being able to talk with someone about these ideas and them not just give me the glazed look of just, oh, here's John Joe Starr talking about his crazy little inventions again.
I've always been one to be open to the future, and these seem to be the future.
Well, I say, let us get started.
Oh.
So we get to do a fun new thing.
I am doing laundry, so I might have to be like, hey, I gotta get up for a second.
If you need to get up for a second, this is actually the perfect time to do so.
All right, let's do that.
All right. Chat, we're going to take a tiny BRB. I'm going to get our rules set up for stuff, and we'll be right back. Haribo.
Haribo's good stuff.
Okay, so you guys look over the also hi chat. We're gonna do a thing called making a weapon or two.
Yay.
I'm gonna skip some of the stuff for crafting, like gathering all your materials and stuff. What?
Just an FYI,
Yeah.
I haven't read over any of that stuff yet. I thought I had until February to read it.
Grim, I haven't written anything down for crafting for you guys.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm
I
going to
haven't
be
looked-
walking you through this. Do not worry.
Cool.
We're going to skip over gathering materials and everything. I'm just going to go, okay, we can just kind of pull up some of this. As you guys are, doing your research over the plans for these new firearms, eventually Jonjo believes that you guys have time to make 2 weapons. But in order to make these weapons and have them very much be yours, he believes that you guys need to go and hunt a couple monsters to obtain their essences. because using those essences will allow you to bestow a little bit more power into this weapon. Wait.
Wait.
I said, wait, I'm stupid. How do you... Oh. What are the enchantments? Just keeps giving me fucking flame tongue shit, and I'm like, that's not what I'm after. Okay, that's what we can do. Okay. But that you can he can help you work in some enchantments into these guns in order to make them a little bit more powerful to weapons that you are currently like able to use. Like your woodcutter's axe is very much enchanted, and a lot of the things you guys have been dealing with would be like a regular firearm might pale in comparison to what you need. So
Gotcha.
he suggests going and finding 2 monsters, extracting their essences so that you may imbue these weapons somehow. For let me write these down, I guess. For your first creature, what would you like to have gone and hunted?
Rabbit. No, just kidding.
Fucking hell. My gun has a rabbit in it.
Yo, dog, I heard you like rabbits, so I put a rabbit in your gun.
So you can shoot your rabbits while you rabbit.
I like to hunt. I would like, I was thinking maybe boar.
Just a boar? Okay.
Or I don't know. What are my options?
Just about any monster you can think of. I will tell you if it is too much.
Monsters.
Well,
Monsters too. Okay, I was thinking animals.
I mean, a
Just
boar is
animals.
also a monster.
Yeah. A dragon. Let's go hunt a dragon.
What kind of dragon?
Ooh.
Like I can put a dragon in your challenge rating and it would be fine.
Oh, okay. Well, these are to imbue my weapons.
Yep.
And I'm a champion of summer, so I'd say a dragon that embodies fire.
Okay.
Is
So
that a
red dragon.
Red dragon. Yeah.
And it was which one? It's that one. Okay. You guys go out and you use all of your summer magic and all of your combat experience that you've had over this past, what's for us a year. I don't know what it was in actual game time. We're not going to worry about it too much. But you hunt this red dragon that you come across and slay it, and weirdly enough, after you've slain it, you actually feel this connection almost to its corpse. And for this moment, you feel almost possessed, as if you know exactly what you are doing. I apologize, chat. Ads are here. You feel this almost possession, as you know exactly how to carve into this monster and extract certain materials from this dragon. And in doing this, you are able to pull out its flame sac intact, while also, after extracting that, are also able to reach in and pull out what looks to you like a almost glass orb that is full of just this very robust looking aura that it holds. And John Joe comes up to you and produces a sack that says, we'll hold the essence and preserve it for us. And you two put it in there, and he ties it off, and it stays perfectly intact as you watch it shrink a little bit into a handheld sack that he's able to just kind of give to you, and you're able to put in your pocket. What would you want your second creature that you have went to hunt to be?
I think less. I'm thinking maybe a little smaller this time, like a bear, because I've always kind of, whenever I would rage,
Yeah.
I would do like the bear form sometimes.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, wait, hold on. Sorry. Wild. Actually, no, we're gonna do a wolf because I would mostly actually do wolf.
Yeah, you do wolf because you're companions
Advantage.
and
Yeah.
stuff. Okay, yeah. You go, and as you guys are walking through the woods, you actually notice you've heard tales in this forest of what used to be a, let me find the exact information on this. Shoot. I'm in the jungle. Fuck hell. Holy shit, I have to go much farther. Or not. as you are walking through this forest that you don't really recognize, for one thing, you guys had been in the Feywild for so long, to you guys, or to all of you and your compatriots, that it's extremely refreshing to you to be out in a forest on the material plane again, to be in the mountains when you were hunting the dragon, to just be on the material plane. It is just so refreshing because it is much different than what the Feywild was. And hell, it's even different from what you remember before traveling to the Feywild. You remember walking through this forest, and you recall as you walk up to what looks to be a standard of a traveling band, and you recall that this standard, this banner, it belongs to a group called Gaia's Hearth, and they were a group of various rangers and beastmasters and just travelers and guides in this part of the woods that were very that came together to help protect travelers, hunt monsters, and keep this forest safe. That a lot of travelers would have apprehensions about traveling through certain places, and Gaia's Hearth wanted to come together and not bring politics or anything to this. They just wanted the morality of, no, we're keeping people safe. And you recognize that banner and kind of almost smile to yourself, because it was a group that you half thought of joining at one point, but it just never really worked for you, or they seemed a little too peace-loving at the time. And last time you checked, last time you were in the area, you remember that this group was kind of flourishing, and it seems that the woods are still fairly safe. But you're not quite sure what has happened to Gaia's Hearth since you've been here last, but you're glad to see the banners are still around to remind people of the safety of the forests for the most part. They're still forests, as you figure this out, or as you are reminded when you hear the cry of a dire wolf jumping down from the rocks and engaging in combat with you guys. And much like with the dragon, although to a little bit of a lesser extent, you don't have to exert yourself quite as much for this wolf. But once you have slain this beast and respected its body in the way that your tribe always did, you kind of feel this almost possession as you carve into the beast and extract its heart. And also like its pelt. Actually, I wouldn't say its pelt. Sorry. I would say you extract some of its teeth, its heart, and you also get that same magical glass sphere pulled out of it as you extract its essence. This one is not as clear as the essence that you extracted from the dragon. However,
Okay. This one seems a little muddied.
it does. I don't believe that creature had quite as much of a experience of life as that dragon. It happens. We can still work with this.
Okay. And I just kind of give the dire wolf a little, even though it's dead, a little kind of pat on the head and close its eyes and Tell it to rest well.
And John Joe stays quiet as you give your respects to this adversary. Bows slightly as you guys go to leave, and you both slowly leave the forest. And transport back to the summer court. As you are looking over the plans and everything, and you've gathered these magical components that John Joe kind of said were fairly required. You weren't exactly sure how the pelt of a wolf was required to make a gun, but he also looks at you and goes, "No, the pelt's not the important part. It's the teeth. Decorations are a hell of a statement. Now, which gun should we get to work on first?"
Sit there and I look at the two designs and I contemplate and let's say, I think the revolver first.
Think the revolver first. All right. Let us take a look. Which essence are you going to be putting in the revolver?
Probably the dragon.
Probably the dragon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, congratulations, Grim. You now acquire a set of Tinker's tools. I don't know if that's immediately available there, but if it's not, you can put it in.
Tinker's tools.
Tinker's tools.
Yes.
You also gain proficiency with Tinker's tools.
Equipment, or I guess I could have put that in the, move that to the backpack. Tinker's tools. I have to customize that, or okay, yeah, I'll remember that I have proficiency with them. So
as a normal, what would be happening with crafting this, we're kind of streamlining this a little bit. You are going to have access to all the materials you would need for this. Normally it would, you would basically pay a third of the cost of the item in order to cover your materials, or you would have gathered the materials separately. We're not going to worry about that part. So we're going to do our manufacturing check, which for a revolver would be rolling. For Tinker's tools, you'll be rolling a dexterity check. If you have proficiency in the required tool, which is Tinker's tools, you get to add your proficiency bonus to it.
okay. So I get basically a +7 on this D20 roll.
Yep.
13? No, 12.
You only rolled a 12? Wow.
Yeah. I rolled a 5 + 4 + 3.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
That is okay. Okay, so it's a 13. Okay. And then also, because the enchanting part, normally you can't really enchant. It's how we're kind of doing forging. You can't really enchant because you need to be a spellcaster to enchant, but there's a special rule for forging which means you get to do both at the same time, which lets non-spellcasters enchant into their weapons. It just takes more time and stuff. So for this, I'll ask you to what's my DC though? Oh, that's what my DC is. I will ask you to roll me a dexterity survival check, meaning you add your dexterity modifier. If you have proficiency in survival, add your proficiency bonus.
So I have a +4 for proficiency and +3 for my proficiency because I'm a proficient in survival.
You'll
I have
add
+1 for my wisdom. So that gives
Wait,
me
if
+4.
you're
So basically a
proficient,
+8.
if you're proficient in because survival uses wisdom. That's what it is. But
Yeah.
no, you'll basically add 7 to your roll. So it is a 13.
Yes.
Wait,
God,
what? That was
roll
the
it.
first one. Okay.
Because it adds my wisdom, then
Yeah, I
then
gotcha.
adds
Gotcha.
proficiency. So it's a +8 -1. Weirdness. Anyways.
Okay, so there's those. Forging does that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that was... Then that was minus that, so it's another... Okay, so technically I will say you did not actually meet the DCs for either of these. However,
Yeah.
not meeting a DC does not mean that you fail at creating the item. It instead means that they gain boons or flaws depending on how much you succeeded or failed.
Awesome.
Because you did the red dragon with this one, I am going to consider it as a flame tongue revolver.
Okay.
I don't know if flame tongue is in there yet.
Flame tongue is... I don't see a flame tongue revolver.
That probably will not be in there. We'll have to just kind of figure it out as we go. Might have to just actually like fully make this thing in there for you. Because I'm also going to have to add more to it anyways.
Dragon... Oh, no, not Dragon Slayer. That wouldn't work. No.
Oh, here was magic item recipes. Oops. I can figure something out. It'll be fine. Because it's just like flame tongue. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? I don't know. Fuck it.
What does the flame tongue do?
That is a great question. You know, I should probably just open up the crafting catalog so I can scroll separate.
It deals an extra 2d6 fire damage on the hit.
Oh.
So for now, and then I can do this. I'll copy that. Revolver. Right? They have one called the Vicious Revolver that does 2d6 piercing. It's a 40 foot, 120 foot, and this magic weapon deals an extra 2d6 damage to any creature it hits. This extra damage is of the same type as the weapon's normal damage. Or we can just over that and say it's fire damage.
That's correct, T. Yes, if they use
So
Mage Hand, they would have to use Sleight of Hand.
So for the purposes of it not being in the in there yet, I'm just going to add the Vicious Revolver.
Okay.
Because it basically does the same thing. It just doesn't say anything about the dim light, light aspect of it.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to look for the actual fucking items, and I'm getting spells now. I was looking for Flame Tongue in here because it could be different. For all I know.
So basically what Flame Tongue does is, while holding this magic weapon, you can take a bonus action and use a command word to cause flames to engulf the damage dealing part of the weapon. These flames shed bright light in a 40-foot radius and dim light for an additional 40 feet. While the weapon is ablaze, it deals an extra 2d6 fire damage on a hit. The flames last until you take a bonus action to issue the command again, or until you drop, stow, or sheathe the weapon.
Okay, it is in whatever's in the quote-unquote
So I
player's
basically
handbook.
I added the Vicious Revolver and then added a custom note with the Flame Tongue things. But
Got
if you
it.
want to make a homebrew item as the Flame Tongue Revolver,
Yeah, it's
you
probably what I'll
can
do.
Technically do that. And this says 2d8 again because it's not from the Gunslinger class. Should be 2d6, right?
Yeah. Add it
Alright,
from the
obviously.
Gunslinger, and then I will go in and edit it however we need to.
Hold on. Revolver. Okay, let's add that. Do that. Do this. Notes. And take away that. Okay, if you refresh my character sheet, tell me if that works for you.
Everything
My
looks...
command word is going to be Dragonfire.
Okay. Everything looks pretty good there. There are a couple things to add to it because of the rolls.
Boon / flaws. Yeah,
Yep.
just let me know, and I can put that in the notes as well. Name is...
Okay, so I have to roll a couple of manufacturing flaws. Actually, I'm going to have you roll them.
Okay.
Roll me a d20 flat.
12.
12. Well, that's unfortunate.
Oh no.
This weapon has degradable. Spending time in water or other reactive environments causes this item to degrade. Roll a d20 each time it emerges after being submerged in water or each hour it spends in a corrosive environment. On a 1, the item breaks and is no longer usable.
Is there any way for you to copy paste that
I
to me?
totally am.
Okay.
There you go. And then when you get a second, roll another d20. This is an easy way for me to give Grim guns,
9.
but also he has to, 9 is unwieldy. This item is poorly balanced or interferes with your movement. Whenever you make an attack with this weapon or make a dexterity saving throw or a dexterity acrobatics check while wearing or carrying it, roll a 1 on the d20. And roll a 1 on the d20. So if you auto fail, there are consequences. If the item is a weapon, it flies 10 feet in a random direction. If the item isn't a weapon, you fall prone, but it's a weapon, so it's going to basically get pulled out of your hand if you critical fail. And there's unwieldy.
And the notes on this are crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this is an easy way for me to kind of go over what crafting is. Unfortunately, guns are kind of hard to craft. And also those rolls just did not want to work with Muzit whatsoever. But this is also a thing to be like, hey, guess what? You can just continue making these over time and eventually get things that you kind of want.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll have 2 enchanting flaws. That one's going to be really fucking funny if you get it. So I'll need 2d20 just flat.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, no
I'm
worries.
Still trying to take notes on. Okay, 2d20.
Yeah. Well, I mean 1d20 twice.
A 3 and a 4.
Hey, that one works perfectly. For 3, you have Battle Rage. When combat ends and initiative would be ended, you must make a Wisdom saving throw unless you are immune to being charmed. On a failure, you see all creatures as enemies and must act with lethal intent. You repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on a success. Like, hey, that just works with summer magic.
So basically, if I fail that wisdom saving throw, combat does not end because then technically I'd be in combat with my party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which hilariously just plays into his rage.
Despite all my rage, I'm gonna kill my party today.
What was your other one?
I rolled a 3 and a 4.
Oh, hey, this one's really neat considering if anyone's a lore buff on what the fuck's been going on, you'll know that Muzit's eyes don't have color anymore. Your weapon comes with desensitization. Your vision becomes shades of black and white. Any dark vision you have is reduced by 30 feet. And if you don't have dark vision, you perceive all dim light as darkness. Sounds become muted, food loses its taste, and everything you touches feels numb. You have disadvantage on ability checks using perception.
That sucks.
That does, but it kind of, again, both of these flaws just kind of fit.
That's while I'm wielding this weapon?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's going to be really funny if they're like, shoot the red dragon. No, the red dragon. You're like, I can't fucking see which one's the red dragon.
I'm colorblind, you dicks.
Like, that doesn't mean you can't see red. No, I'm literally colorblind. I can't see a damn thing. Okay, and that is your Flame Tongue Revolver with Degradable, Unwieldy, Battle Rage, and Dissensitive.
Okay, I fucked up. I need it.
It's a little bit.
Refresh my character
Oh.
thing and look at the Flame Tongue Revolver with all the notes.
Oh, God.
I fucked up and should have done it a different way. And
Holy
I'm
shit.
going to.
I would
Right?
argue that you should put
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put the
yeah,
names of 'em
degradable, unwieldy,
then-
battle rage, and dissensitive.
in my separate notes. I can reference those.
Yeah. And if you're ever like,
If
what is
I
this again? I
forget.
go, hold on, I got you. That's really funny looking though. Now that's an interesting piece there. I'm glad we were able to figure out the barrel like that. The oh fuck, what do you call it? Whenever they spin the revolver on the revolver? I forget what the revolver part of it's called.
The chamber.
Yeah, I guess so.
The
You don't call it the clip.
yeah. Well, degrade.
And then while he's doing that, I'm going to look up exactly what the enchantment could be on his rifle, considering that's what the stuff from the wolf is going on.
Degradable. This seriously feels like almost like picking up different weapons in Borderlands.
Right? Yeah, they did do that kind of. Okay. That's a beast one, which that would be fine. Call it a cylinder? Oh, okay. I can't quite do that one because it does have the meta tag of that. And that one doesn't work because it requires that. So I guess I know what your rifle will be.
Control C. Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, if you refresh, now I have the notes of my weapon flaws. And then I just have the names of them with the revolver.
Okay.
And it's a lot better now.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, let's go make sure it works. And the both of you go out. Beside the blacksmith. and do the normal thing. You realize that instead of having to load in that special the special like powder and the bullet and everything, the diagram for the weapon did include the diagram for how to create the bullets as well. So you guys did work on, so mostly while you were working on the revolver itself, John Joe was actually working on producing ammunition for you. And instead you've realized that you can just kind of pop each of these little capsules he's given you into each of the cylinders and put it forward, cock back the hammer, point it towards the tree, and it fires. You don't have to worry about, I'm not going to immediately be like, well, your weapon breaks. No. I'm also not going to make it super unwieldy. You do notice whenever you kind of fire it, it does kick back a little bit more than you're used to, than you're expecting. But you're able to keep your hand on it just fine. And it makes the respectable hole just like the, it actually makes a little bit less of a like impact immediately in the tree whenever you fire it. And you're like, well, shit, what did I do with the gun? And it's like, oh no. He goes, no. That is better. Instead of creating this huge impact area, it has made the impact area smaller, which doesn't let it spread out its force quite as much for them. It should hopefully cause a little bit more lethality in the gun.
Tree catch on fire?
That time it does not catch on fire because you decided to not immediately try to
Oh, I didn't say my trigger word.
You're like, okay. You give it 2 more squeezes of the trigger so you can fire those shots to make sure that that's fine. Make sure it is revolving the actual cylinders. And then on your 4th shot, you point at a different tree and say,
Dragonfire.
And when you pull the trigger there, it does create the same kind of hole, except it starts smoldering out of the hole where the bullet is before it does start slowly creating little embers inside. But it is a little bit insulated to not catch the tree fully on fire. You do the same for 2 more times and create these smoking holes that just continue smoldering as you are standing there looking at it.
I grab my water skin and I go like pour it into the hole. Tree. I'm trying to set it on fire. I'm like, oh, okay. Ooh, this is fun. I like this.
Good.
John Joe. This is good.
And then you both go over the whole idea of how to pull the barrel forward so that you can unload the spent bullets and are able to practice reloading and making sure that the gun works. And it works for you fairly well. You notice that there are a couple of places where the metal does rub against each other. So it is going to be a little higher maintenance for you kind of thing as it tries to degrade itself. It does have a little bit more kick than you're expecting. But that's kind of it. There is that thing of like, whenever you're wielding it, everything does become that like grayscale almost. But otherwise you're not too terribly affected by that, as you are able to stow the weapon and the both of you get to work on creating your next gun.
The rifle.
The rifle. I will yet again ask you for a dexterity check with Tinker's tools, meaning since you have proficiency, you add both your dexterity and proficiency bonus.
That's better. 18?
18. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. 21, because with proficiency as well.
Oh, shit. That is with 21. Ooh. Is it just called a rifle? Hunting rifle.
rifle.
Okay. As you go through and do this, make this hunting rifle, you make it according to most of the blueprints and everything, but you've made tiny little, how to put it? You've made tiny little modifications to it, such as taking the fangs of the wolf and adorning the gun with that in very specific little ways that you could figure out. And whenever you have fully created the gun, you actually do decide to anoint some of the parts in the wolf's blood that came from its heart. You also are able to imbue its essence into the gun. So I will need another, it's a D20, it is a dexterity survival check.
Oh, okay, survival. A dexterity survival. Let's see here.
So +4 and then plus your proficiency bonus if you are proficient in survival. It is a non-standard ability check.
Okay. So we'll just do survival. We'll just minus, well, plus, add 4 and then we'll -1. So
No.
No?
Because if you just hit to roll your survival, that's technically rolling your dexterity.
Okay. So I rolled survival. No, because survival is wisdom.
I know it is. I'm asking you for a dexterity survival. The way that non-standard ability checks work is something like that. Like if I said survival, yeah, it goes off wisdom. If I say dexterity survival,
So I would just roll a 20 plus 4. That's it.
that would be
D20
20
plus
plus 4, but because you're proficient in survival, you'll also add your
And,
proficiency bonus.
proficiency.
So you
Okay.
got a 14.
Oops. I got a 14. So what did I roll?
Because you rolled a 7
I rolled a 7.
plus 4 for your
Add
for your
4.
dexterity,
Okay, yeah. And
plus 3 for your
Okay,
proficiency.
got it. We're on the same page.
Okay.
So yeah, 14.
Okay, what does that entail? So with this, you have created a +1 hunting rifle.
Ooh.
With unfortunately no boons, but you do, and only one, but only one enchanting flaw.
I see rifle hunting +1 from the Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm guessing that's fine.
I guess as long as it is.
What's
No, as long
what's
as
the damage on that?
should be 2d6 piercing.
2d6?
Yep.
Oh, this says 2d10.
Whoa. At least according to the gunslinger class source book. It's just that it has a much longer range than your revolver.
I'll have to just do the regular hunting rifle and just add the +1 on there.
Yeah.
Customized. It looks like. Add to equipment.
And then whenever you get a minute with that, roll me a d20 straight.
Yep. go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. D20. An 8.
An 8. That one's funny. You gain illiteracy.
Ah!
While wielding this weapon, you cannot read or write. That's the one I was hoping for because that's the least damaging one of all of these.
I get too mad to read.
Yeah. In case you need it. I don't like literally I read you the rules. You can't
Yeah.
read or write.
It's good to have. I mean, I like having it for the notes.
There's another one that's really funny, but I don't know if I don't think I'm going to spoil that one. That one's really funny. I find it funny that he gets the illiteracy weapon and then immediately metal comes on where they're just screaming. Okay. Yeah, for the most part, boons and flaws are not too terrible in the moment. They just have these little quirks, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's
Cool.
So there are
Weapons
your
in and
there are your guns.
So anyways, I started blasting.
So anyways, I
Bang.
started blasting. And at this point, as you guys have been doing the research on these, again, you find out that the hunting rifle actually shoots just about the same kind of bullets as your revolver. Not quite. They have to be a little bit higher volume, almost a little bit higher caliber, if you will.
Caliber.
In order to make it through the entire barrel and just be able to hit the tree. And whenever you are able to fire these, you create much smaller holes, but you are able to, every so often, whenever the rifle fires, you're able to actually pierce the tree because of its stopping power. You're also able to notice that you're, able to stand farther away and stay as accurate as if you were using the revolver. And a lot of your time this next few months is you and John Joe just kind of training in this this combat style where you are, instead of being up close and personal, you are working on your accuracy. You are keeping yourself as moving as fluid as you can, becoming more comfortable with being as fluid as you can with these weapons, whether you are having to pull them out, fire once and continue moving, or you're able to stand your ground and squeeze off your shots. And eventually, it's been about 3 months since you've last fought the jackalope, because you wanted to train a lot more in these weapons before bringing them into the possibility of the jackalope damaging them or something. And you finally are able to be comfortable enough with them to keep them safe from him, just in case. And everything kind of starts as normal for this battle. And you start with your axe as kind of normal versus this jackalope. And you're a lot quicker with your shots now. You're able to actually, you're able to squeeze off about, you've calculated that you're able to squeeze off the 10 shots to this being before you will need to reload either of your guns, because unfortunately they're not fast enough for you to, you're not fast enough yet in the middle of this fight to reload, especially in this fiery hellscape that you and the jackalope kind of help create. And so the both you just keep taking all these risks during this battle and getting riskier with your movements and decisions to try and fight this jackalope. And after another about 3 months, you are holding, you're back to being very toe-to-toe with the jackalope, to the point where he has stopped just killing you outright whenever you two fight.
Nice. Okay.
And finally, on the last fight that you remember, you're able to land one of your revolver rounds straight into his center of mass, and it actually doubles him over, giving you just enough of an opening to rush forward and slam your axe into his shoulder. And you have him. And he just looks up at you. The skull that looks like his head, like the skull of his head, you see finally a crack appear above one of his eyes. Well done, knight.
Is that the jackalope or Aurora?
No, that was the jackalope.
Practice makes perfect. And I kind of
That it does.
stow my axe and kind of back up. Revolver I take and I kind of spin it around, like, and then holster it.
Very clever tools you've used here. It's been a while since someone has actually been able to defeat me. I can feel safe knowing of you and knowing that you can use these powers. And he stands back up and kind of shakes himself a little bit, clears his throat as you watch that crack on his skull grow larger. And he kind of, and he looks at you with the flames that were his eyes that you were only able to ever see, slowly glowing, going to this blue-green flame as they settle. They're no longer huge, like horribly raging. And you see the antlers that were his crown finally recede into his head. And it is just 2 horns that make up his antlers, as his skull starts getting more rounded and calming down quite a bit. And he walks forward towards you and holds out his hand for you as he goes to kneel.
Holds out his hand to me.
Yep.
I take his hand in my hand and I kneel in front of him as he kneels, and I kind of put my head to his head.
As you touch your head to his, that crack that was in his skull completely completes throughout the rest of that skull as it falls off to one side, and you're able to look up and see a very old, grizzled looking rabbit with these blue-green eyes, just able to open his eyes and glance at you. You are worthy of this power. You use it well. Use it well to protect this world and protect the Witchlight Queen when she arises. She will usher in many change to this world. Whether it is good or bad, none can say yet, but I think you can steer her right.
I will.
Good. And as he says that, he turns to, it looks as if his body's racked with these lines of embers underneath his skin, and he slowly turns to ash in front of you as these embers coalesce around you, and you feel each of them. You feel this surge of summer magic enter you and feel very revitalized. You feel, I mean, hell, right now you feel like you could take on the world. But you also feel this, what looks in your like almost mind's eye of as if there was this campsite, like a campfire light, that anytime that you would rage would just flare up into a bonfire. And as of right now, after this, it has been dwindling down back to kind of a campfire, and all these embers come in and they rest at the bottom of this fire inside of you. And they help create a new fire ring where the stones had been completely burned inside of you, to refreshing each of them and creating a barrier, per se, to control this fire inside of you and keep it away from all of your emotions, so that you can have a better control on keeping the rage inside of you contained until necessary. Rather than just letting it leak out, you instead can channel this a lot better, you feel.
Okay.
Aurora comes up to you and tells you, well done, knight. Summer Mantle has deemed that this is the path that you will walk. It's been a while since I've seen someone do that. I think the Jackalope was the last one I'd seen do it.
Now you've seen two.
That I have. Now that you have a control on that, I believe we have a job for you.
Bring it on. I'm ready.
We, fairy queens, okay. She brings you to more or less a round table that is just with you. John Joestar actually returned back to his, back to the material plane, said he was going to go basically fill his brother in on everything, or his half brother in on everything, and just tell him the coolest things and continue his research. And by the time that you are able to go to the material plane, he hopes that you can come and visit them and show off basically his protege, who has overtaken his mastery of the gunslinger as it is. But you go with
pleasure.
You go with Aurora, and she lets you know, or she tells you. All right, so it has been a year since you first came back to this realm. And since then, I'm not sure if you got to see any of the small, dark intricacies of the material plane while you were there.
No. There's ads.
Ads.
Oh, God. Would you? Are we stopping for ads, or are we just gonna keep going?
Actually, yeah, let's take a quick BRB.
Okay.
All right, chat. We'll be right back right after ads are done. Hello, chat. Welcome back. We just wanted to really quick let ads go away. So, last we checked, Muzit was sitting down with Aurora as she said that they had a job for him.
Yeah.
And as you two are sitting there, or as you two have sat there for a second, just kind of exchanging almost pleasantries, you actually are also joined by Tatiana.
Oh,
Or Titania,
Titania.
the
Pleasure to
summer
see you
queen.
again. And I kneel before her.
You may rise, knight. My daughter has told me that you have done well in your training this past year.
Feel I've made significant progress, yes.
Considering that the jackalope has entrusted his soul to you, I would agree with that. Now, I'm sure she's also informed me that she has informed you that we have a job for you.
Ready for whatever you have for me.
Almost you are. In the past year, since you all defeated the Jabberwock, the Omnia, as we were told, we have come to find out, it seems that that was not the only beast under the control of the outsiders. There are many other beasts that have escaped to the material plane that will require the Witchlight covens or the Witchlight courts expertise with some assistance from other experts to track these down and rid the material plane of them before they become too much of a trouble. We don't exactly want the material plane to be rife with fairy magic, after all. And these monsters, these beasts, all embody a part of fairy in their essence. We will be sending you all to a tavern where we have employed a group of monster hunters to assist you with these creatures. I would attempt to listen to their teachings on how to deal with these creatures. From what we have been told, at least one of them believes that crafting weapons and armor from these monsters around the world will be integral to your journey, though I'm not. It seems a little barbaric to me.
I think I made these.
Ah, you are already started. Okay, well, she will be able to. One of them there will be able to teach you a lot about these hunts that you need to do. Help you hunt these creatures that have escaped the Feywild.
I will not let you down. We will do this.
I know you will not. You are my knight, after all. You don't have a choice. That is not a threat. That is just how the world is. We have we actually have one of the proprietors here today to help you get into the tavern. And they actually, the guards outside let in a woman of about, you would probably age her about in her about 30s, maybe like mid 30s ish. A female dark elf. As she walks in.
So, a child?
Oh wait, dark elf. So I was like, wait,
elves?
elf. She. Well, I mean, to you, she would look like she would be in the realm of about 30, but it's an elf, so you know.
I can't give you a hard time sometimes.
I know. Hello there, fairy queens. Our employers. This here is the barmaid, Leticia. I won't know if I'd say barmaid. I'd be more of the bartender. You serve the drinks. It's the same thing. She, like, you see her open her mouth as if she's like, I'm going to say something. She goes, I'm going to think better of it this time. Pleased to meet you, Mr. I don't want to say just Bunny. That seems a little derogatory. Grim?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was taking notes.
Oh, okay.
So this is why I don't take notes, because then I miss stuff.
You're good.
You said Leticia was her name?
Lutetia.
Lutecia. Okay.
Yep. She is actually in, her character description is actually in the Discord.
Okay. Cool. She's the barmaid, you said?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, what did she say to me?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. I don't want to say just Bunny. That seems a little derogatory.
You can call me Muzit.
Muzit. It'll be a pleasure to work with you. I've been...
Or Muse, for short.
Muse? I could like Muse. You may call me Loot.
Pleasure to meet you, Loot.
You as well.
I hear you might have some work for me or someone.
I'm not I don't think I have the work per se. I just happen to be the proprietor of a tavern that will be very helpful for your task that the fairy queens have provided. Also, Heliana could totally use a friend right about now. She's been going a little crazy.
Oh, I know something about going crazy. Where is she? I'd like to speak with her.
We will go back to the Loot Tavern.
Right.
Is it the Loot Tavern? Yes. Not as if her name, not her name Loot, a different Loot. L-O-O-T.
I imagine, yeah, Loot is spelled L-U-T-E for the barmaid and L-O-O.
Actually, just L-U-T.
L-U-T.
Yep.
Lut. Okay.
Well, this is going to seem a little weird. I'm going to give you this alcoholic beverage.
Ooh, it's been a while. And I grab it and I chug
And
it.
she pulls one out. She pulls another one out, another flask, and downs it as well. And the both of you walk through a doorway, or both of you walk up to one of the local like tavern almost looking places that some of the Summer Fae have decided that they wanted to have. And as she opens the door, instead of the normal seeing into the tavern the way that you have seen it every time before, actually, you instead see a haze in front of this door. She goes, "Come on, Muse," and pulls you through. And both of you walk into what is another tavern, but it's definitely not one you have seen before. I started session on D&D Beyond if you wish to see the Loot Tavern.
Oh, this is fan fucking interesting.
I can't add Lutetia. Welcome to my tavern. Make yourself at home. As she walks ahead and goes up to the round bar, walking behind, you see at this bar, because there are plenty of not patriots. There are plenty of customers around the bar. It is a loud kind of bar, you know, but it seems cozy. No one's getting in trouble. They're all having a good time. And the bar, this big bar in the center, which I will point, or yeah, this bar in the center.
The thing that looks like a hamburger, kind of.
Yeah. You notice that it's being ran by what look to be two golems, two automatons, just kind of going through motions of pouring drinks. Thank you. And you're just like, she's like, oh, shit. Forgot the name of the character. Oh, Arsene, get your damn robots out of here. And in the corner, you see a small little raccoon being, kind of giggling to himself in the corner. Yeah, let's go. As he, actually it's him and another like raccoon humanoid, giggling to each other as they pull the automatons back into storage and walk through. And he just kind of looks over at you, like kind of rolls his eyes and waves and just kind of walks off into one of the wings.
Loot's still standing next to me, right?
Loot is now actually at the bar starting to serve drinks. And whenever she starts to serve these drinks, you notice the biggest smile that you think could ever grace her face comes up as she is pouring drinks and tending to her bar.
I'm assuming they serve food at this tavern.
You would be correct. You see on the signs in front, there is a drink menu. And then next to it is also a food menu.
I'm gonna sit at the bar while I wait for Heliana. I'm gonna order a steak and fried potatoes. Or lamb if they have lamb shank and fried potatoes with onions. And a big grog of mead or whatever they're called, you know, just a big flagon of mead.
Yeah, no, whenever you ask Loot if that's something that's available, she basically looks and goes, there is nearly anything we have available here. If we don't have it, we'll be getting it soon, as Heliana loves to just go out and collect monster. And as she starts talking about this, you hear the door behind you slam open and look back to see a pale green orc standing there holding a comically oversized rib of what might be a dinosaur.
So like from the Flintstones.
Yes. This is my first thought. Ah, there she is. Ah, what a good hunt this time. Loot, we have a new special. What is it this time? As Heliana is able to walk this giant rib steak thing in through the door with no problem. As much as it shouldn't look like there's no problem, it should have looked like she should have had to like bring it in a different way, but no, the tavern just kind of seemed to let it in.
I look to her and say, "Oh, you must be Heliana. Would you like some help with that?"
I wouldn't mind some help. If the little... I haven't seen one of you. Are you some kind of Raken or a different species I've never heard of?
I'm a Haragon.
Harengon. Oh, she's here, or he's here from the Fairy Queens. Good job, Heliana. And you see Heliana just smile to herself as big as can be. I know, I'm smart. I know how smart I can be. I can deduce this. Yes, come on, Harengon. Let us bring in the hall. And the both of you kind of pull in a bunch of what you find out is dinosaur meat. And pull it to a back part of the tavern, a storeroom that just happens to appear whenever, or happens to, whenever Heliana opens one of the doors. It is like the perfect storeroom. It is exactly how big it needs to be for these new pieces. As you and her bring in all of this meat product. So, you're one of the new customers, one of the new students I'm supposed to train.
I suppose you could call me that, yes?
Yes. The Fairy Queens approached us one evening a while ago. I didn't even know how long it's been. I don't know what the fuck voice I'm trying to go for. I know what I was supposed to, but I'm failing. The Fairy Queens approached us to assist with hunting down some rather nasty monsters.
Yes, that is why I'm here.
Ah,
Gonna, with the help of some companions, I was told.
I believe ye be the first to arrive, however.
Real quick question: do I know that it's gonna be like?
You don't.
Okay.
You think it might just be you, but maybe this would help lead to the people like the Witchlight Coven, quote unquote.
Yeah, like I don't know that Ren's gonna show up.
Yeah, no.
Or Sage.
Yeah.
Sage, who's the one in the cocoon?
That's Sage.
Sage is in the cocoon. So, God, what was Kaylin's?
Adriana.
So I don't know, like Adriana and Ren and Alara are gonna show up.
Correct.
Okay. Cool. That's good. I like it that way.
But yeah, she does tell you that you were the first to arrive for this assignment. Go ahead and get comfy. However, enjoy your food and drink at the bar for tonight. We'll start classes whenever the others arrive.
Very well. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
And you as well. I hope to...
And I shake her hand. I reach out to shake hands.
She grips your hand and she shakes very enthusiastically.
Okay, I'm gonna need that arm, so please don't rip it out of socket.
Ah, sorry.
It's okay. And I pat her on the back and I say, I will go enjoy my food and mead.
I will join you soon, actually. It's been a hell of a hunt, and I require some sustenance after this.
And I just kind of look at the dinosaur bones and say, yeah, it sure does look like it was a hell of a hunt.
Yes. These need to cure, however. I'll probably... maybe some aboleth steaks. Rhino horn stew? I'll figure that out.
And I take my leave and make my way back to the bar unless she has anything else to say to me.
That's kind of it for now.
Okay.
You make your way back to the bar to enjoy your food again. Loot originally kind of sees you coming back, and you see her reach down below the bar and produce your food and drink that you were consuming before, and sits it right back in front of you. I didn't want anyone else stealing it.
How much do I owe you for this, my lady?
It is on the house for tonight.
Well, thank you very much.
Of course.
Is there a tip jar or anything on the bar?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw. Hold on. I'm gonna throw a gold piece in to the tip jar.
She looks back at you and kind of smiles and goes along her way. And the next time she makes her round to your flagon when it is empty, she takes it from you and returns with a slightly bigger one.
Yes. A woman after my own heart.
As you are sitting here enjoying the life of this tavern, something you've not been able to do in quite a while. You've been stuck in Fairy or something. And the summer fae are not quite the same kind of jovial that you really wanted in most taverns that you've been in. So you're being able to just kind of enjoy the company here. As you are sitting there, you do see a gray or a white-haired old matron of a dwarf kind of standing in one of the corners, and she has one of the biggest fucking pipes you've ever seen. As she just kind of is looking around the room and she meets eyes with you for a second, just gives a small puff of her pipe, gives you a nod, and continues looking around the room. You see your eyes catch a weird orange floating creature that is it just consists of like a mouth of what look to be fangs, but they also look like they were ground down somehow. And he is the friendliest looking one-eyed floating monster you've ever seen. But he also looks like he is looking around very sporadically, as if he's expecting for a shoe to drop.
We got dwarf lady with a pipe and floaty fang monster that's happy but paranoid.
Anxious.
Yeah. Same difference.
And as you're kind of sitting there enjoying that, you hear in one of the rooms as the door just kind of blows itself open and this blue and purple and yellow smoke just kind of billows out, and you hear the coughing come from in there as a human, what looks to you as a red-haired, pale human, kind of erupts from the room, coughing, waving the smoke from his face, and kind of stamps his foot a little bit and curses to himself before he goes and slams the door back closed and just kind of saunters himself down the stairs a bit and towards the middle bar. And Loot looks over at him. Oh, Hump, did this experiment also not go right? No, it did not. Don't understand. I don't understand what is going wrong with the damn product.
What seems to be the problem, friend?
I keep I keep trying to work on our on my serum for true blood. And he looks over at Loot and can I just get the usual, the blood sausage? Yeah, of course. And she pulls up some ingredients and has them kind of in the back, sauteing / roasting on the small fire that she keeps back there for foodstuffs.
Do I perceive this person to be a vampire?
Through talking with him and stuff, as you kind of paid attention, you do notice that he has the couple sharp teeth that are the telltale signs of a vampire.
You're a vampire that doesn't like to feed off of other humanoids?
Why, no, that's horrendous.
I've never met one of your kind that is like that. Usually,
Well,
you have
technically,
no problem.
technically it's not quite vampire. My mother was a human.
So you're half vampire.
Yes, a lot of people try to like to call us Dampiers.
Vampire.
Dampier.
My name is
Dhamp.
Yeah.
IR.
Dampier. My name is Muzit. What may I call you?
Ah, my name is Humperdinck.
Humperdinck.
It's the fucking worst name.
I'm just gonna call you Dink for short.
Most call me Hump. It fits in it fits in many ways. And he kind of gives you a slight he gives you a very slight flirty look when he says this.
Okay, hump it is. So you're trying to perfect a serum for true blood,
Yes.
so you could just feed off of that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of flesh eaters or blood drinkers who don't enjoy the idea of eating humanoids or derived products. And so we are attempting to create something that can replace that. Maybe even we can pull it up to the vampires and they can stop getting such a bad rap.
Interesting. Well, I'm not much of an alchemist at all, but I have some time before my companions arrive.
You have companions?
I'm here to hunt some
Oh, I had heard
larger
about
than life
you.
creatures.
I had heard about you
Yes.
all. Yes, okay. They told me that there was some representatives of some kind of legal thing.
The Fey Court.
Ah, yes, okay. Apologies, when they gave me the information, I was in the middle of working on some creature experiments.
I am the knight of the Summer Court.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what that means, but I'm glad you have something.
This is just what I represent is all.
Okay.
Who
I don't
I
have
work for.
I don't have much information about the fairy courts. I should eventually do so, but it'll have to wait.
I can give them like just a brief kind of like summarization of it.
No. That'll impact the workings of the formula right now. Maybe later.
Fair enough. Well, good luck to you, and if there's anything I can do to help,
I'm sure that I will have some more capable hands to reach out to whenever you are all here. That came off weird. I expect that you will be competent, but I don't know you fully yet. It wouldn't be bad to get to know you.
I'm very open, so any questions you have, I'll do my best to answer. And I kind of just go back to eating and say, "Good luck on your formula."
Good luck on your legal battles.
Oh, I start to say, "Oh no, it's not like that," and I just kind of say, "Never mind."
You'll just have to fill
This
me
guy-
in later. And he turns
This guy
back and
seems-
he turns back to the food that Lute puts in front of him and starts eating that blood sausage.
He seems like a very smart dummy.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it.
Because you gotta be smart to be able to try to make something like True Blood, but
It's
for him to keep
wait till you
associating
find out what it
tort-
fucking stands for, because it's an acronym.
True Blood is an acronym.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally replace unseemly blood.
Okay.
So yeah, you are able to just kind of sit there and enjoy the alcohol and the company around the tavern throughout the evening. Eventually you see Heliana go over to a little alcove where what looks to be a giant mole almost looking person comes up to her and gives her a giant hug. And the two of them share, kind of an embrace, and you notice the mole person, which you come to later learn is a fucking I'm looking for the races. Close. You come to realize, or you come to learn later, these are a people called Golan. And this particular one, I would love to have to stop flipping back and forth between things. But this particular one sticks around Heliana quite a bit, and goes by the name of Amber. But you see the two of them kind of share an embrace and talk a bit, and it seems Heliana has almost forgotten about her deal to come and enjoy like dinner and stuff with you and get to meet you a little bit more, that she got a little sidetracked by her partner. As the two of them enjoy food over in the little alcove over there. And they both kind of reorganize the corner, start putting out these special books, or what look to be special books. They start putting them out everywhere as they kind of refill the shelves. And eventually the tavern life just kind of slowly grinds to a halt. You see some people order very special drinks as Lutetia kind of prepares this flight of a bunch of different drinks, and you'll see the people drink them, and then they will leave the tavern and look as if they just almost dissipate into nothing. And the tavern slowly clears out a little bit as it gets more closer to the time for many people to go to sleep.
I'm gonna ask if there's a room for me to sleep in, or do I go somewhere else? I'm not sure. I'm looking at this. I don't
Yes,
see rooms.
Here is, she kind of and Lutetia kind of digs around underneath the counter. There we are. The Queen's paid for your lodgings here. if you'll go up the stairs and enter and use that key on the second door on your right, then you should be able to find your room.
Thank you.
Of course.
I think I'm gonna retire to my room now and get some sleep.
I should do the same at some point. But I've got more stuff to do for now. And you go up the stairs. Unfortunately, I haven't shown chat the loot tavern, which I probably should.
Yeah. Chat can use their imagination.
There we go. Because here was Muzit. And they talk about basically going upstairs. Upstairs? Yeah, I guess. Sure, we'll roll that. But, you know, she directs you to go upstairs and to... How the fuck do you get up here? It's fine. We'll just put you in this hallway. And you enter a door in one of the doors in this hallway. We're just going to rule it as somewhere over here instead. But you go up the stairs behind actually another patron who goes up to the second door on your right in that hallway, uses his key, and enters the room.
As he's doing that, as they're doing that, I'm gonna be like, excuse me, I think that's my room.
No, this is the room I paid for. Wait for me to close the door and then do the same.
Okay.
And
I do that.
Closes the door. Because whenever he opened the door and went in, you saw his accommodations were a very normal-ish, like it's modest-ish accommodations in his room whenever he went in. And he closes the door and you insert the key to this door, turn it and unlock it and walk in. And you see what looks to be basically a penthouse.
Oh, snap. I can get used to this.
It is, you immediately when you walk in see five doorways off to the side. And in front of you, you see that the hallway is going to open up to this giant living room, parlor kind of suite in this tavern. As you walk by each of the rooms, you actually notice that 4 of the rooms look like completely bare white rooms. Like they have a normal looking bed. There's no real decorations or anything. And then as you walk up to one of them, you see a bed that looks like it is very reminiscent of your days with your barbarian tribe. There are furs on the bed. It is it's quite wild. It's quite barbaric. I mean, technically, but it's a lot of furs and stuff to you there, but there's also a lot of just natural plants and stuff hanging from ceilings. There is technically, basically in the corner, there is a tree growing up in the corner of the tree, or in the corner of the room, that looks like it shouldn't be there. And the roof or the ceiling of this room is just a maze and a crisscross of just leaves and tree limbs. And you would be it would be pretty easy to fool yourself into thinking that you were outside in this room. Except for the fact that there's actual walls.
You said there was a bed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lay on the bed and just stare up at the canopy of
Thank you, canopy.
leaves and branches, and just with this big shit-eating grin on my face, and like, I can totally get used to this. This is... And I just kind of close my eyes and try to just take it all in, listening to see if there's any sounds or anything to look out for, if how far they actually went with like
there is
the magical decor.
The room is pretty warm to you, I would say. And you do hear like the sound of insects in the distance. A couple of birds. But it feels as though someone transported the bed that you used to sleep in with your tribe into the middle of a field in just the warm summer sun, and as if you were just in a clear day hearing all kinds of the sounds of flora and fauna that rustle around. There is sometimes a gentle breeze that almost feels like it brushes through. There's not really sun that you can see, but you feel sometimes as though the sun is like beating down on you and warming you up in this very pleasant way.
Would you say if I flip the light switch on, I'm assuming there's some kind of light switch, or maybe not. I mean, it could be, it's magic, button, something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where it looks like if it's on, it looks like, I can't see the sun, but the room is lit up at almost like it's daylight.
Yeah. In fact, whenever you turn that on, it weirdly enough creates like shadows. Like it actually almost, you think, makes it darker in the room in certain areas.
Yeah.
But as you kind of adjust, it is definitely bright enough that you can easily see through the shadows. And it's a lot of the, like, it's as if a sun was coming down through the tree canopy.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. That was a great picture, Talon. You painted that beautifully.
Thank you. I came up with bullshit off the top of my head.
Work.
But then as you kind of lay there and you think of wanting to retire, the summer sunlight kind of dims down slowly, and it goes to what would be more of like a summer night, as through the canopy of trees you can see this very bright clear kind of night sky. Like you can see stars twinkling through the tree canopy sometimes. And as you start to kind of drift off almost, you actually hear the door of your bedroom basically shuffle to the side, as if it's the door of a tent more. And you are able to look up and see a tiny, well, not as tiny, a small orc girl walk in and just look at you and go, "Father."
Forgot her name.
Did we give her a name?
Smile? Was it Smile?
Was it what?
Was it Smile?
I think it was.
We'll just go with that then.
Sure.
Smile.
It can be pronounced slightly different if you want to.
Smell. Smell?
Mel.
Mel. We'll just say Mel.
Sure.
Mel, what are you doing here? Mill. We'll say Mill.
Mill.
Mill, what are you doing here?
I was told, my dumbass saying smile out loud like you can hear me. T's sitting there going, smile. What are you talking about? Smile. Oh, I'm not in Discord. A fairy lady, or one of the fairy ladies, approached me and said that I was to stay here, I guess. That it was probably the safest place in the multiverse?
Well, I mean, anywhere I am and you are, I feel you are the safest, so.
Probably.
Was it just the one room, or was there multiple rooms in this quote-unquote penthouse?
Oh no, there are multiple.
Okay. And we'll say, let's go find you a room.
As you kind of go to look for this room, there's actually another door off the side of your bedroom that you're able to just kind of naturally walk into, and it is a room fairly similar to your bedroom, except it's a lot more, it's not as grown up. It is definitely a lot more, there's not really a tree sprouting or anything. It is more of a padded bed than yours appeared to be at the time, and looks like it's the perfect bedroom for what she might have wanted.
Here we go. Easy peasy. And I give her a big old hug and say, well, probably had a long trip to get here. Why don't you go lay down and get some sleep?
Will do, Dad. And you two part ways, and you walk back into your bedroom, and sitting on your bed is Aurora. Hello, Knight. I'm glad to see that you are getting, well, settled.
Yes, yes. I look around and I say, I've said it to myself a couple times that I could get used to a room like this all the time. It's so inviting and warm. I love it.
We made a deal with the tavern to basically supply what exactly would make you feel at home, and also have our little touch to keep the fairy magic flowing, as it were.
And I'm assuming I have you to thank for Mel to be here.
Well, technically all of us, but I am the one who helped direct her here.
And I bow before her and say thank you.
Of course. Now, go ahead and get some rest, Knight. You have a few weeks of learning to do, I think. I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to take the court to arrive here, but I wish you all luck. We do not have as much influence on the material plane as we did on the Fey realm, although we weren't able to help you all, as it were. I apologize for that. We'll do what we can, but we believe in you. And she excuses herself and walks out of your door.
Bye-bye.
And I guess at that moment you go to bed?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay.
I lay there and kind of soak it in a little bit more, and then just kind of, as I'm smiling, looking up at the sky through the trees, I just drift off.
As you drift off, you have a small dream, or you have a small dream vision. You can attribute it to a dream, where you can see in the sky, you actually are able to see a great horned figure, not like the jackalope. This is much bigger. This is much more powerful feeling. And you see this horned figure throwing the elements around a rocky platform almost. And you're able to catch glimpses of this small speck almost in the middle of all these elements that are being thrown around. And you notice that this other figure has long ears like you, as this figure is darting around these rocky outcroppings, having these elements thrown at them as they retaliate with arrows from a bow. And they take one of these elemental blasts and get sent almost off of the rocky outcropping, and instead shoot their arms to the side and start floating in the air as they coalesce these same elemental forces being thrown at them into a small ball in their hand and throw it back towards this great horned figure. And you just see a flash and you are asleep. And I guess that's where we'll end it.
Good session. That was fun.
You would be the first session I was like, cool, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to wing this shit. Oh, Grim's applauding. Okay, I couldn't hear it because Discord will mute that unless you have noise suppression off.
Discord's whole freaking whatchamacallit.
Yeah. It's always kind of strange.
Like what's it called? The input sensitivity.
Oh, yeah.
Like some things people can hear, other things people can't.
Yeah. Like every once in a while, I'll hear Leanne just fucking cut out when we're in a Discord call. And it's just like, did she stop saying things or did it actually cut out? And then she'll come back and say stuff like nothing happened and we're like, oh, there we go. I went too far.
But yeah, I'm happy with how everything turned out.
Good, good.
Got some good weapons. Got
also,
taste of
Grim, level up
crafting.
to 9.
Nice.
You gain a level. A reminder to anyone else who is in our Witchlight campaign, I actually would prefer if you guys could go ahead and return to level 8 until you go through your one-on-one session. I know what I had said before. I apologize for changing my mind all of a sudden, but that is kind of what I would like to do. Actually, I'm gonna move.
Okay, I'm leveled up. That was easy.
You got to just literally go. Whoop.
I did. I mean, I did get something. It's just something that might not be. Oh, I roll a critical if I roll a 19. I did not.
Yes.
That.
Oh,
And now I have 5 risk die.
Okay, for some reason, for Ren, it has the ability to claim her in the active characters section of the thing, so she'll probably want to do that. I'm also going to make the announcement in the Discord to be like, hey, everybody make sure you're level 8 now, except for Muzit, because that lets me know who's gone through the one-on-one session really easily.
There you go.
I mean, I'm keeping track of it anyways, because it's not hard. There's only 5. But still. I think, let's see, when you hit level, because you took level 6 of Gunslinger now?
Yes.
So you got your subclass, which is Concealed Position.
Yeah.
You can take the hide action even if you aren't heavily obscured or behind 3/4 cover or total cover, as long as you have the prone condition. You get to just
Which
play
could
like,
go
hey,
well with
I'm prone,
hiding.
I'm just gonna hide. Fuck. And if you make an attack roll while hidden and the attack roll misses, making the attack roll doesn't reveal your location.
Nice. Yeah. Gut shot's nice.
That was that's the other thing I was trying to do, is I was trying to rope in every single little thing you gained from all these levels into that story. So I was like, I was panicking trying to figure out all the things and how to rope them in, which is how you defeated the jackalope, was that gut shot. It technically is supposed to, no, it's a large or smaller. Never mind.
Oh, you know what?
Hmm?
I think I know why it was adding my ability modifier
Yes.
to the weapon early, because a grazing shot. Grazing shot once per turn. When you miss with a ranged attack roll, you can spend 1 risk die to deal damage equal to a roll of the die +4. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon. The damage can be increased only by increasing the ability modifier.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I would roll a hit die or a risk die, which is a D8, and then add 4 to it for a
Yeah.
grazing shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's good to know.
Okay. Well, cool. I'm glad that Muzit has done that. That was actually a very fun session, I would say.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got you to the tavern. It's funny because we got to like the end of your like what's going on between a little like an hour early, so I was like, I'm gonna fill this time with loot tavern shit.
It worked out.
Because that wasn't exactly what I was planning to do, but fuck it, we are now. Fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball. Oh, well, I do have stuff to do, so I should probably go do that stuff.
All right. Have
no
a good one, Grim.
imagination time. Time for adult time.
Yeah, Grim won't have another D&D session with me until February.
That gives me time to read all these new monster hunting things.
Yeah, I have so many notes to take still.
Okay, bye everybody. Bye stream.
Bye, Grim.
Bye-bye.
All right, chat. That was fun. This was a good first one-on-one session. I'm hoping that everybody enjoyed that and I hope everybody was also paying attention, because some of that shit is important to what is going on in the game. I don't have the next time we can do a one-on-one session settled yet. I have to find out what exactly is going on. Was not please post VOD. Yeah, of course. These are all going to be VODs too. I'm not expecting to be off next Sunday. And I think by the time I'm going to know if I'm off next Sunday, I will not have had enough time to prepare. This one I was prepared for because I knew going into it, like I knew that I was going to try and do this one because I had all the time off this past week. I knew I was going to have it, so I was kind of prepared to do stuff. I was kind of prepared to just do this. To be fair, I also improvised all of today. I wrote one thing, which was the intro. After that, it was like, we're just going to do some shit. But I also knew that because Muzit was going gunslinger, that I wanted to grant him the weapons without it just being like, oh yeah, you find a gun. It's like, no, fuck that. We're going to have you make a gun. We're going to have Muzit's thing being that he can make guns to slowly improve his arsenal like that. if he chooses to abuse having a bunch of guns on him, I'm going to go, hey, I'm going to start encumbering you. So I don't want him to abuse it like that. I want it to be, no, this is a thing where he's improving on his guns. So I don't know exactly when I'll have the next one-on-one session. However, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only have 6 Sundays until season 2 starts. So I need 4 Sundays off until then. And I will tell my boss, no, I need the Sundays off. I have a thing that's going on that I need to get done before a certain time. They can only happen on Sunday. I can't really change that. So we will get things figured out. Luckily, Yoda, they're not actually staying in the Feywild anymore. That's why we're now the Witchlight Beyond the Wilds, because they're not in the Feywild anymore. But you know, I'm also not super. If the guns were extremely powerful, I would be like, okay, yeah, you got to figure things out with this. But like just making ammunition and stuff is probably going to be super easy for Muzit. I will probably actually limit him on certain things. I do want him to take the time to make a couple things. I want to give him a little bit of time to go, you have this many hours before your next hunt. You guys get to do whatever you want with it. That'll work into our crafting system. That'll work into, you know, other time-based stuff. So yeah. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I do not know the next Sunday I have off just yet. I'm not exactly expecting to have the next Sunday off because we are off until Thursday. So punching a lightning dragon. You know, since we're off until like Thursday, I'm not expecting for many of us to have Sunday off, which is like, that's cool. We're probably all going to be doing a bunch of nothing because everybody was here, and I don't think too many people are going out for that Sunday. Just saying it. But past that, I will be like, hey, I need these Sundays off. Because I've got to do everyone else's one-on-ones. If I am off next Sunday, I will make an announcement and we will plan for another one-on-one session. Because I got to get through these. And there are 4 more players to get these done with. But that is going to be later. Tomorrow, I will actually be on Starberry Moons' stream as we are playing Resident Evil 5 together. And that'll be the last, I guess the last stream either of us are doing before the new year. So until then, I hope everybody has a good and safe New Year's Day or New Year's. Hope everybody has a good time with that. I believe so far, depending on things, we should also be playing Cartographer's Lost Logs on this coming Saturday, the 3rd. Hopefully, I'll be off on the 4th, and we can do another one-on-one session on January 4th. It is a secret because the one-on-one sessions happen. What happens with it is I find out that I'm off. Right now, it's going to be literally, I find out that I'm off. I go to the Discord and tell all of my adventurers, because they have a role in the Discord, and go, hey, I'm off this Sunday. We're going to do a one-on-one session. Who wants it? And the first person to say it gets it. I have requested at least one person to probably be the last one. which I'm pretty sure will unfortunately be Leanne. Kind of like this one. Yeah, that's how all of them are going to happen. Yes, Kay, you can be one of the ones who claims. Like, me and Kay had talked about her not doing the first one because it would feel meh. And I'm like, I know that we can do hers almost at any time. Hers can be all of a sudden. But I'm cool if she doesn't. I'm cool if she happens to be the one to claim it. It's not like I tell her when I'm putting it up in real life. I literally just happen to be on Discord and go, blip, 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 blip. Hey, adventurers, claim your spot. So yeah, we will be getting to T, or we'll be getting to Ren, Adriana, or Alara on our next one-on-one. So keep an eye on that, adventurers. And until then, I'll see you guys on Starberry Moon's stream tomorrow at 5 p.m. my time. So now, in 24 hours. We've got a few things to do tomorrow, so that'll be fun. And yeah, until then, chat, I'll see you over there. This is the last stream of the year on this channel. I will hopefully see you guys on Saturday the 3rd of January for Cartographer's Lost Logs, and hopefully I will be able to announce and we'll do another Witchlight Court session next Sunday. Until then, chat, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, good rest of your weekend, a good start to your week. If you have to work, have a good and safe New Year's. And until I see you guys next, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, spread love, spread positivity. Love you guys, and I will see you later. Have a good one, chat. Bye.